This is Sita.
Hi, I am Sita.
Hey guys, it's Eddie the Magic Monk. Yesterday I did my first live stream and unfortunately the sound was echoing really bad. So today I want to talk about how to fix that. So the first thing you want to do is make sure you turn your speakers off when you are live streaming. Okay, because if your microphone can hear the sound coming out of your speakers, then obviously that's going to create an echo. So turn your speakers off. Now, second thing you want to do is in the program that you use to stream. So for example, I'm using OBS. Now, OBS actually records the sound that you hear
Good morning,
on
everyone.
the computer, as well as the sound you speak into your microphone. So
Morning,
it records sound
Chairperson.
from two different sources.
Good morning.
So for example, if I play some sound on my computer right
Good
now,
morning.
okay, it's going to record that
10 o'clock
on,
now.
on here. It's not showing right now because I haven't clicked start
Registrar, please
recording.
guide. Can we
But
start?
what I'm saying is
Or
this needs to be
are we
turned
still
off,
waiting
so
for
it
anyone?
doesn't record the sound that's playing on your
Chair,
computer.
good morning.
So what
I
you want
would
to do
request that
is
we
basically,
indulge for a further 5 minutes
again,
to allow
it could be
some of
recording
the
sound.
critical people to just join in. I think in 5 minutes we can start.
Okay.
Maybe
Thank
in
you.
the meantime, introductions can be done. I don't know. Maybe let's just wait for 5 minutes and see, and then we can officially start the proceedings. Thanks to just join in.
Yeah.
I think in 5 minutes
I will
we can start.
ask that while we wait for the 5 minutes, people can just look at the guidelines for conducting the virtual meeting and just go through that, and then we'll take it off immediately we start and put up the agenda. Thank you.
Ik moest iets anders doen.
Chair, I think we can start the meeting.
Rain, Jesus, rain, rain, Jesus.
Thank you. Yeah, can we put up?
You are muted, Chair.
Yes, I was asking if we can put up the agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure that we've got all the people who should be in the meeting, and those who are not would have given an apology. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donald Ngonyama. I am the Vice President of CANSA, the South African Council for Social Services Professions. I have a privilege of chairing this meeting this morning, and I hope that you have all received the agenda for the meeting. And we also put up the virtual connection etiquette for you to just remind yourself. But the one thing I would like to request is that if you could please make sure that you are muted when you are not speaking and unmute yourself when you speak. I will also request that when you are asked to speak, if you could please put on your camera. It does help for the audience to follow when we see the speaker. That's if it's possible. Sometimes some people may say that they are not in a good position to do that. I hope that we will understand if that's not possible. Can we begin with a moment of silence? And this is for Mr. Clark. If you could please mute yourself, thank you. And let's have a moment of silence in recognition of all people in our country and beyond who passed on due to COVID-related illnesses. And we also read of a very sad story in KZN of a social worker who killed almost an entire family. So can we take a minute for a moment of silence, please? Thank you very much. I'm now going to request that we do some introductions. And if you allow me, because with the virtual connection, sometimes it's difficult to know who has to come next. So I've got a list of attendees here. So I'll just say your name. If you could tell us who you are, and which department or organization you represent. I'm going to start it in alphabetical order on my side. So, Annemie van Renen.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Annemie van Renen from the Western Cape Department of Social Development.
Thank you, ma'am. Archbishop Modire. Archbishop Dr. Modire. Correct. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person. I will also include our the staff team here. Ms. Mokole, Elizabeth.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth. I'm from the council in the registrar's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaba.
My name is Fanny Kaba. I come from organized business appointment by the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Need a camera?
You know, it will be so nice to see the people. I have not seen you for a long time, so I can't even remember how you look like.
Oh, I don't know whether my camera is on now.
No, it's letting you down. All I can see is some darkness.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Okay, maybe at a later stage when you speak.
Okay.
And yes, Miss Helen Nyangoya.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Helen Nyangoya. I'm from the United Nations Children's Fund, known as UNICEF. Very pleased to be here. We are partner with South Africa Council for Social Service Professionals.
Thank you. We appreciate your presence, ma'am, on behalf of UNICEF. Hesivisi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esivisi. I'm from Northwest Province, Department of Social Development, and I also like to apologize for our acting HOD, Masiho Mehwe. But as time goes, she will try to link. It's just that she's attending another meeting. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You are welcome. Ms. Zungu.
Good morning. My name is Julia Zingu. I'm a member of council and the chairperson of the finance committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. IT, you're making sure that we all get connected. I'm sure that some people would like to hear your voice. Leopold? Okay, Liebe? Cam, I'll move on to the communications officer of council, Lungi.
Morning, everyone. My name is Lungi Rambuzo. I'm the communications practitioner at council.
Okay, thank you. Luyanda. Okay, I'll move on to, okay, yes. You can go on.
Morning, everyone. It's Luyanda Lokwe from the Health and Welfare Center.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You are welcome. Ms. Mahotsu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Makotso Mutsime Musetle, the Chief Director from the Department of Social Development in the Free State Province. I'd also like to apologize for my acting HOD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You are welcome. Ms. Mapeto.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Mapeto from Limpopo Social Development. I'm the Chief Director for Corporate Services. I'm attending on behalf of my acting HOD who's attending the State of the Province address. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then our President of Council, Dr. Mabitwa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Mabitwa. I'm the member of council and I'm also the president of the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Once again, I appreciate that I have been given this responsibility this morning, which is quite an honor. And Mr. Mulaudi.
Good morning, everyone, including Chairperson. My name is Mulaini Mulaudzi, Acting Chief Director, Community Mobilization and Empowerment at the Department of Social Development National. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kivido.
Good morning, everybody. Chairperson, Deputy Chair, my colleagues, council members. I'm Elaine Kibido and I'm from the Northern Cape. And I would also like to just apologize. My HOD, Mr. Sampson, is attending a cabinet Lokotla. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Morake?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Winnie Morake. I'm also the member of the council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mr. Kabasia?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Onkemezi Kabasia. I am from the Department of Social Development in Gauteng, Deputy Director General responsible for core services, but also member of council, EXCO member. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. DDG Lechipare?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the council and invited guests. My name is Peter Nichpare from the Department of Social Development. I am here representing the Acting Director General, who is chairing another meeting, and the Minister who won't be able to be with us today. So I will do both what they were supposed to do, but I will cut it short because I'm taller than them, and I cut it into half. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nechitare. You've got a huge responsibility because social development carries a lot of expectations for this sector, and I'm not saying that the others not, but I think it's important for us to know that. Professor Swanson? You seem to be having some connectivity challenges there. All we can hear is some music. And now Prof, you are singing to us. Maybe disconnect and reconnect. In the meantime, I will move on to the Registrar of Council. Madam Registrar.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Langi Malamba. I'm the Registrar of the South African Council for Social Service Professions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we try Prof. Swanson? No, once again, we can only hear some musical instruments, and I'm not even sure if that's your voice. We'll move on to Ms. Mukwena.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Mukwena. I'm the executive member of SOSIC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sabina? Okay, if you are speaking, we can't hear. Okay, we can't hear. Okay, I'll move on to Ms. Florentine.
Okay. Right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Follentine. I am the chairperson of the Professional Board for Social Work.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hugo?
Good morning, council members and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shirley Hugo,
from Eastern Cape Chief Director. I'm also tendering an apology for my acting HOD who's unable to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sinamurwan. Mrs. Murwani, thank you. Please unmute. You muted yourself again. Please unmute. Okay, in that case, I will now move on to Ms. Mfong.
Good morning. My name is Tembeni
Mfong.
Mfongo. I am the HOD of Gauteng Department of Social Development. Please bear with me because I have no electricity in my area, so I may be cut off. The connectivity seems to be bad. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate your presence. Mr. Kabangana, if you are speaking, we can't hear. Please unmute.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everybody. My name is Vincent Shavangana. I'm a child and youth care professional and registrations manager at Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wendy?
Good morning, Chair and members. Am I audible?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
I'm Wendy Manamela. I'm the Council Administrator in the Office of the Registrar.
Thank you very much. And Prof. Rustenbeck?
Colleagues, I'm Rustenberg. I am Professor in Social Work at Northwest University, and I'm serving as a member of Council on the Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ms. Kwado. If you are speaking, you are muted. Okay, I'll move on to Ms. Tumbadu.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zeni Tambadu, and I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And if there is anyone that I have not mentioned because you joined late or you had some connectivity challenge, may you please introduce yourself?
Sorry, Chairperson. My apologies, I had connection problems. Sina Muruani. Good morning to the council members and good morning to senior managers from the Department of Social Development. As said, I'm Sina Muruani representing or coming from UNICEF. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You are welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, members. Alfred Harris here, member of council and member of the executive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Can you hear me now?
Professor, try again.
So can you hear me?
Yes, you are not singing this time. We can hear you.
But I can sing. I just want to say that for the record.
Okay.
So I'm ministerial appointee for education and training and development on the council, and I chair the ETD committee of council as well.
Thank you very much, Prof. Do we have anyone? Okay, in that case, I would like to just do a special welcome from this position as chairperson of the meeting, and that I would like to thank you all for joining this high-level meeting between the Council, DSD, and COPTA. And just like many other countries, South Africa is faced with multiple challenges at this time. Some people say crisis is an opportunity, and we too can use the current state to explore how we can best use the resources at our disposal to respond to our country's challenges. And the social challenges experienced by our communities have deepened. This morning, or should I also indicate that there is also an expectation, and one feels this all the time, as an expectation of leadership to provide guidance, to lead, to advise. And this increases on a daily basis from our people as they also try to find solutions. And when we started, I said that we should just take a moment of silence. And in that, I mentioned that we've got a social worker who has taken lives instead of saving lives. I think this is a good story that shows that there is so much mental health challenges as a result of the different causes. COVID could be one of them, but there are other social ills as well. And I hope that this meeting will strive to find ways to address some of the challenges, but most of all, it is the speed in which we address them that matters to our people. This week, I think it was on Tuesday, I attended a meeting where one of the key speakers said that, South Africa remains to be one of the countries that has got very good policies, but we have a serious problem in terms comes to implementing these policies. And it is all good to remind ourselves, but maybe the time to be reminding ourselves of that is over. We definitely need to have these kind of meetings, and then afterwards we act on what we have decided. So in those ways, I would like to request, I think there is another item that I have missed, which I can so well go back to. Besides the Honorable Minister's apology, Registrar or the Secretariat, do we have any other apology that we received?
Thank you, Chairperson. We have received a number of apologies. I will just read them through for recording in the meeting. We have received an apology from Mr. Linton Kunu, the DGG in the National Social Development. We have received an apology from the Minister, Ms. Kumbuzo Nchaveni, in the Presidency. We have received an apology from the Minister, Mr. Mkunu, from the Public Service and Administration, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma from COGTA, Mr. Gungubele, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Mr. Masondo, Chairperson of the NCOP, Ms. Thandi Modise, Speaker of the National Assembly in Parliament, Mr. David Makura, Gauteng Premier, Ms. Sisi Sephora, Premier in the Free State, Mr. Makatso Mahasa, MEC, Social Development in the Free State, Mr. Job Mokgoro, Premier in the Northwest, Ms. Refile Mtsweni, Premier from Mpumalanga, together with Ms. Thandi Shongwe, who is the MEC, and Mr. Masalela, the HOD. We have received an apology from Mr. Oscar Mbuyani, Premier in the Eastern Cape, Ms. Sipokazi Lusiti. We have received an apology from Mr. Winde, the Premier in the Western Cape, Mr. C.S. Matabata, the Premier in the Limpopo Province, Ms. Nkakaren Rakhole, MEC in the Limpopo Social Development, Mr. Zikalala, Premier in KZN, Ms. Khoza, MEC Social Development in KZN. Those are the apologies we have acknowledged in the office. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate that they could formally apologize for attending this meeting. And I will now move on to the next item, calling upon DDG Mr. Nechipale on behalf of the Minister Zulu, to share an opening remark with us. Mr. Nechipale?
Chairperson, I've raised my hand.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Ms.
Thank
Muteka?
you. Thank you. I'd just like to make a correction with regards to the MEC for social development in Free State. It's not Mema Hasa, it's Mema Miki Kabati. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I would
Yes,
like to make you aware that Honorable Mutambi has joined us as well. If you can allow her the opportunity to introduce herself, thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mutambi, you're welcome. May you please introduce yourself?
I suspect I've already been introduced. Thank you so much. My name is Pedro Mutambi, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COMT. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you are welcome. I will now call upon Mr. Nechipare to address us on behalf of Minister Zulu.
Oh, thanks very much, Program Director, our Honorable Chair of the Octa Portfolio, Honorable Mutambi, the Council and its members, the Registrar, members of the Council from different areas, and its different committees that are here, HODs that are present today. I have been requested to stand in for the two minister and the acting Director General of the department to give you a welcoming address. But I think this council today is meeting under a heavy cloud that befell our country. We are delighted, though, that the council is meeting and as a department to be able to drive and lead this process. We meet here under a heavy cloud, as I've already mentioned, of the COVID-19 pandemic that has ravaged our country. We lost many people due to this pandemic. You might have seen statistics going up to 49,000 people that have left us in this world. The Department of Social Development, on the other hand, during the first wave and even the second wave, were inundated with a lot of calls that we need to provide support. You will realize that our mandate led to us to provide the social protection and ensure that with the well-being of all individuals, families, and the communities are taken care of. The Department of Social Development provided the much needed psychosocial support to members, to communities, to individuals, and especially in the hospitals where even we were losing nurses and doctors and any other paramedical profession. We provided the most needed psychosocial support program in this country. And we ensured that families that have lost so many people are comforted and are taken care of. Many families were left destitute. Many families were left with no one to take care of. In the advent of this pandemic, there has been a lot of some impact to the communities that we serve. We have received reports on the 22nd of February 2020, and also recently statistics have shown that we lost a lot of people, lost a lot of work, unemployment has increased, and it was indicating that over 50% of the working class lost their jobs, creating massive unemployment in the country. And that created a need within communities. As the department, we provided the needed assessment in those families to ensure that the communities must get food and SRT. The president, I think, during the SONA address mentioned the issue that we are confronted by the crisis of youth unemployment, of which over 1.2 million of young people who enter the labor market each year, and approximately 2/3 remains outside the employment and education and training. But we have seen that a lot of people, which we have trained as social workers, and we need more than what we have currently in the country. The crisis that we have encountered as a country demand that we need to be conscious about what is happening around us. The social ills also has increased. You might have heard the Minister of Police announcing increased rape cases, increased murder, and increased others. This calls for us, and especially for our profession, social services professionals, to be on alert. It calls for the department to make sure that we appoint more social workers. It calls for the department to train more and to ensure that all those social ills are catered for. Honorable members and the council members, program director, we are delighted that today we have got these high meetings, and we hope that the outcome of a meeting like this will ensure that we deal with the issue, social ills and the issues that are befalling the country and that are traumatizing every member in the country, to be addressed appropriately. We also are delighted because through the implementation of the Social Service Professional Act that we had, the Act 110 of 1978, the department makes it possible for the employment of child and youth care workers, the social workers, at both professional and auxiliary level of practice. In this regard, these professions are able and available for employment by various departments in the social protection, community and human development cluster, justice and crime prevention, as well as at municipality level. The Act also makes provision for the development of the regulations on the social work specialist areas, where additional opportunities are opening up for employment of social workers. We have seen during the pandemic last year in April, May, how the council was able to deal with the social ills, they deal with the challenges we have through our non-profit organization. And we also are informed by our the Children's Act and its amendment that ensures that we need to deal with issues of adoption. During this time, you might have seen that issue of adoption, child destitution, and also poverty will increase. That calls for our profession to stand up and to ensure that we make sure that we drive that. If you look at our mandate, honorable members, it is the beginning and the end of a human development, of a human living. And as such, one of our strategic objectives is to provide sustainable livelihoods and ensure that we provide the social protection, especially from the social sector point of view. And in recognizing the increasing demand of social development services, the department also developed the policy for social service professions and is currently finalizing the social service practitioners draft bill for approval by cabinet during this coming financial year, which start in a month's time. The two documents are of great significance to social service practice in that they recognize emerging occupations of caregivers and community development practitioners. We also want to commend you, Chairperson of the Council, that during this time, we will ensure that we add the other level of the profession that we need, the community development practitioners that must be professionalized. And I think in working in collaboration with COCTA, we will be able to professionalize even community development workers that we have in the country. That has been the pillar at a community level. Government and its partners must minimize structural barriers limiting accessibility of unemployed social service practitioners to employment opportunities. We hope that as the need rises, we will find opportunities to get enough resources to be able to employ more social workers or more social service professionals. The country cannot achieve social development goals without employment of social service professions. We must be at the forefront of the delivery of the socio-economic development that we have. Now, as a department, ladies and gentlemen, we feel honored and empowered that you meet at this time to discuss issues of the country's importance. And we support when we appreciate. You will realize that the department, the president have announced and started the district development model that calls for localized development initiatives, ensuring that we have got one plan, one monitoring tool, one interventions that focus on the people at a localized area. And we hope that the development model implementation will ensure that as a country, we have got what we call regionalized development that include also economic development, that include also persons development, ensuring that our children, our youth, women, and the elderly are catered for. So with those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all. I would like to say welcome, have a good deliberations, and we will need feedback in terms of how you have come up with the resolutions and how we can move with speed to ensure that our profession and the country is looked after. Thank you very much, and you are all welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nishipale. And I appreciate the manner in which you started your welcoming, your opening remarks that the country is under a heavy cloud of COVID-19 pandemic. And we all know that we have lost too many people, and we have had too many people who got sick, and there is so much challenges that our people are facing because of it, and loss of jobs being one of those. And I, just pick a few issues of what Mr. Nishipale said, that if there is time where social service practitioners must be visible in our communities, it is now. I don't think there is any better time. The social ills calls for beyond just social workers. We know that we should ensure that child and youth care workers, community development practitioners who are at the in the process of being professionalized, and that needs to be fast-tracked. They are needed. They need to be deployed in our community at large. And prevention and early intervention, it's key at this moment. We need to ensure that our people in communities feel supported. They know where they can go as they experience challenges. And Mr. Nechipare, what you indicated about the different settings that are opening up now for social service professionals, it's critical and appreciated. And this meeting, it's a proof of that, because we have beyond just the Department of Social Development. The one other issue which some of us who are on the ground always come across, Mr. Nishipare, is the support for NPOs, the timeless release of grants and other support. It's very important now, because we've got NGOs that are within communities, in touch with people on a daily basis, and if we want to be making a difference and be closer to people and responding to the need, we need them to be supported. And the recommendations, it's important to mention the development, which need to be fast-tracked. We cannot wait anymore. We need to move fast so that we can have people on the ground and they can be supported in the manner that is appropriate. So, and I also want to note the localized development initiative through the development module. I think that's one way of making sure that we are closer to our people all the time. So thank you very much, Mr. Nechip. I really appreciate on behalf of the Minister. I will now call upon the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on COPTA. To share remarks. Honorable Mutambi, you are welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. And my apologies for my voice. We were knocked off after midnight with our committee last night, and then I didn't sleep properly. But I'll try to speak. Little did I know that I was in the program. I was equally shocked when I'm seeing this program. But as a combatant, there are issues that one can quickly raise. Safe to say, we appreciate the invitation by the council to participate in this. By listening to what Mr. Nechipare was saying earlier and your introductory remarks, Chairperson, I've seen this also as a niche market, say, as the Portfolio Committee on COPTA. I think there is much that we can, jointly collaborating with yourselves, then we can do more. I'm raising it linked with this issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. As you recall, as the Committee of COPTA, we are responsible for the oversight of the Disaster Management Act. And then hence you would find, people have observed several times, we've been calling provinces and municipalities to come and respond to us on their COVID response plans. Of critical importance that are picked up through our experience with this pandemic and the new normal. There are issues that I should think I'll need to bring to the council's attention, that as you continue to engage together with the department, you will continue to also deal with this matter. Mr. Nechipale referred to the State of the Nation address that the President has just said. Solely it was also in response to this COVID-19 pandemic, because whether we like it or not, it's here to stay with us. But one observation that one has made, in particular, if you check with this, the January month, where so many lives were lost. We are now seated with children that are orphaned, because once the COVID struck the family, it takes the entire family. You find the father and the mother, they are all gone. Now, And then also the trauma that this has caused to families, losing loved ones, because in some other families, if they were not taking precautionary measures, they bury a loved one, the entire family then gets wiped out with this COVID-19. And then what it causes is the trauma to the families. That's when now yourselves as the profession become handy and very critical. Yes, we are mindful of the challenges as Mr. Nechipale has raised about the resources. But I should think now, with those unemployed social workers that are lingering there, as a nation, when we grew up, we were encouraged to do lisima, the spirit of volunteerism, because even churches are not meeting now as they are supposed to meet. It means there's a lot of gap wherein some people need counseling, and then that's where the profession becomes handy. So I should think on this matter, and then also to involve everybody, because I heard also you talking about the NPOs and the NGOs. It's not about their funding as well. There are particular NPOs that are also self-sustainable, that can also be utilized then to respond to these issues of our people who are in distress. You will all agree with me, because you are all staying in municipalities where we operate. This issue of the 350 grants, if you look around on those long queues in the post offices, they are very traumatic to those people. At times when you approach the post office, those people are very rowdy, angry, because you find that you are dealing with the most vulnerable. Some of the people leave their homes as early as 3 a.m. to go in queue in order to get that 350. And you see all the queues in shopping malls going up outside the roads, the queues being so long. That's an indicator that there's a lot of unemployment. And if people are unemployed, they become so distressed, because they can't even provide themselves for themselves. They can't even provide for their families. So that's where now, as a profession, I should think, Mr. President, you become very handy Deputy Vice President on this matter, to say, these are the matters that will be seized with. Looking at your agenda, I'm very excited, because in terms of the discussion on item 3, I think these are the matters that you are going to unpack and deal with, that to show that then as a profession, how are we responding to this pandemic? And then how do we make sure that we inspire hope to those vulnerable individuals? And then with these few words, without wasting your time, because when you are not prepared, you go all over. I want to wish you well in this meeting, and then ours will be to do the listening, and also to look at the areas of collaboration wherein is the portfolio committee on COPTA. We can then collaborate with you. We also have the commission called the CRL Rights Commission that also report to us. I think if you can also try to look at how you collaborate on them for them to enhance your work, I think that will assist a great deal. I would just want to appreciate the organizer for granting me this opportunity to speak. I was coming here as an observer so that I understand, but I will still sit in the meeting and listen to the presentations, and then maybe engage as and when the presentation are done. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. That case.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And you touched on very important matters. If I am not wrong, it is for the first time that the South African Council for Social Services Professions it's engaging with COPTA, and we will need to see more of this engagement. And as you stated, that it's a niche market, and we need to look at how do we take advantage of it. And the other point that you made, it's how do we collectively plan the response? You are the right institution to support that because you are responsible for the disaster management act for COVID. But then we know that the stabilization that comes with COVID-19, and I think that together with you, we would be able to ensure that the social service practitioners are responding to the need on the ground. And I also want to touch on the challenge, the issue that you are putting forward, which feels like a challenge, not only for us sitting in this meeting, but for our communities and our training, and as we deploy the social service practitioners to communities, how do we get our people to revisit who we are as Africans, as South Africans, where we support and care for one another through Litsima and other support that we know we are able to provide, and because it's part of us. So we need to make sure that we, as we deploy these practitioners, we encourage them to get people to work together, because that is how, at some cases, we deal with the challenges that are faced by families. And it is correct that this will inspire hope. And as we get inspired on this level, we need to ensure that that inspiration trickles down to our practitioners as well, and as including the communities. So thank you very much, and we appreciate that you have made time to sit in this meeting. And I will now request our President of the South African Council for Social Services Professions, Dr. Maria Mabitwa, to share the remarks with us. Madam President. If you are speaking, we can't hear, ma'am.
Yeah.
It sounds like there is a serious connectivity problem on. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who is struggling to hear you. Ma'am, may you try to? May
I
you
don't know what's happening.
Yes, you are across better now.
Okay,
Start.
so it means I must lean on my laptop. Yeah. Really, I just the chairperson, I just want to thank really everyone and appreciate the attendance of this, very important meeting. A high level meeting is really high level. Specifically that we've got, senior, members of staff from different provinces, from the national and from the NGOs, and other stakeholders. This is really very much appreciated. And I just want to say a little bit about social service professions before the registrar is going to make a presentation, and it will cover all the issues pertaining to the reasons why we felt that this meeting is important. The first thing is that we can even go back to the State of the Nation address by the President, but in the NDP, we urged to have as many social service professions as possible to cover all the needs that are there in the country. The NDP speaks about 55,000 social service professions, but Chairperson, if you look at our database, we have exceeded that. We are now around, including the students, we are around 70,000 social service professions included. And that makes us believe that we have sufficient social service professions, but it is how we deploy them especially at community level, to ensure that they assist in addressing the crisis that we are facing now. And it is so important now that we have Mr. Nechibale from the department, who spoke about how the department is pushing very hard to employ social service professionals. And it is so good that we also have Memo Tambi the chairperson of the portfolio committee of COGTA, talking about the role of COGTA. And in other countries, Mozambique, you'll find that the main employer of social service professionals is the local government. Unfortunately, in South Africa, it's the other way around. That's why we don't seem to be meeting the needs that are on the ground, especially the needs pertaining to vulnerable children, as you mentioned, orphan children, gender-based violence. We have huge problem with substance abuse. We have huge problems with people with disabilities and, the elderly in the country. It's just cuts across. And in every community, you find that those problems are not properly addressed. Yeah, so I think this meeting, it's really about who are, at times we feel that people don't understand the resource that social service professions have in order to address, the needs on the ground. So we'll be talking about who are the social service professionals. How do they become professionals? What are their roles? And also we need to educate communities, departments, that it is important that they employ social service professionals. It's not only the role of social development, but the role of the entire country. Just like we know that, when it comes to health, every department will have some aspect of health in their other units. But psychosocial support is also very important. So in those ways, I just want to say thank you for the speakers that have spoken before. Yourself, Chairperson, you gave us a good background, and Mr. Nechipali and Memutambi. The registrar, Landi, Ms. Malamba, will give an overview. I just wanted to introduce some of the aspects that she might cover as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. We appreciate the points that you have touched on. And I think that throughout this meeting, we need to remain with the issue that it is not only the Department of Social Development that should be appointing the social service practitioners, but then we need to also use this opportunity to revisit the way we have designed the staff composition in the different departments. I know that this is a huge ask that we are putting forward. If it means that having social service practitioners be supported from the department like COGTA, it's necessary. Maybe it's important for us to be looking at how do we ensure that the people who are working on the ground are connected to the department that is responsible to oversee the development right down in communities. And we're not saying that the Department of Social Development doesn't have a role. It does have a role. But the challenges that are hitting us now are calling for a collective approach in dealing with the challenges that face our communities. So, and I also want to say that as we go through this meeting and the future meetings that we may have, we need to be looking at how do we, if it means that we need to be revisiting the design of the deployment of social service practitioners, how do we best do that? And the responsibility shouldn't be only for government, but we've got NPOs on the ground? How do we make sure that these people are properly deployed and supported and managed and properly supervised? Because as you indicated, ma'am, if we have 70,000 social service practitioners around the country, but there is still so much in communities. What is it that we are not doing right? We need to be looking at that. Have we deployed these people properly to places where there is really a need, and are we supervising and managing them properly? So those are some of the questions that we need to be having in our minds as we proceed. Thank you very much. I will now call upon the Registrar of Council, Ms. Langima Lamba, to give us an overview of the Council.
Thank you, Chair. Before I do that, I want to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Mekoza from KZN, if you can allow her to just quickly introduce herself, and also Merciful Lekgodu, who had apologized earlier. She has managed to join the meeting. She's from the Institutional Department, Directorate within the Department of National DSD. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, both of them are welcome. Please, may you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to all members present here. I'm Nonhlanhla Khoza, MEC for Social Development. I had indicated that I might not be able to make it due to programs we have. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
It is due to programs we have. In fact, we have just had that incident of one of our social workers who just decided to go and kill members of the family, 6 members of the family. We are on the way to that incident, but nevertheless, I tried to connect because I have this at heart. My interest is with social development and with our social workers. Looking at a number of issues having been discussed, I said, no, I'm at a correct place at the right time. So I'll be on and off. Just bear with me, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. When we opened this meeting, I touched on that this is one indication of the challenges that are facing our people on the ground. When we get the people who have been trained to be saving lives, to be resorting to taking lives, we need to realize that it's a big problem. So, and we really appreciate that time with Ms. Lekgodu, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Civil, and the surname is Lekgodu. I'm from the National Department of Social Development, and I'm responsible for professional support. I am also a national representative on the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. You are welcome. Ma'am Malam, you may have the platform now.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Makgole, may you kindly put the screen up, the slides up, please? Once again, I would like to greet the members of delegations represented here and appreciate the leadership amongst us, colleagues from Health and Welfare SETA, from UNICEF. Thank you so much for joining us, and the members of Council and the board. First, I would like to just give an overview for the benefit of leadership who has not had a chance to interface with Council before. In 2016, when the 4th Council was inaugurated, together with these 2 boards for social work and child and youth care work, a vision was crafted, which we will work towards to make sure that social service practitioners are united in service excellence. And to this day, that is the vision that we preach, that our social service professionals or practitioners must always strive to work in unison with one another, whether it's a child and youth care worker, with a social worker, with a community development practitioner, or a social auxiliary worker, they must always look at an integrated case management approach. The mission of Council, how they envisioned to attain this beautiful vision, is first to serve the best interests of the practitioners themselves, to serve and meet and promote the profession and safeguard the integrity of the profession, and also put the best interests of the service users first by regulating, leading, and promoting the social service professions in an innovative and responsive way. And to this day, Council has managed to become innovative and responsive by connecting with the challenges on the ground. When the lockdown was first introduced last year, and we realized that essential workers included also our social service practitioners, we made sure that we activated support funding and also make sure there's training to empower our practitioners to be able to respond better to the needs on the ground. PPE was mobilized to make sure that those who were actively involved during the lockdown last year and to date have the necessary PPE to do their work. Next slide. Council is established in terms of Section 2 of the Social Service. Yes.
Sorry, yeah, okay. The slide was not moving on my side.
Yes, so Council is established in terms of the Section 2 of the Social Service Professions Act of number 110 of 1978. It has been amended many times. It used to be an interim council for social work. It paved way for social service professions in appreciation of the emerging occupations that formed part of the whole sector of social service professions. And to date, next slide, please. To date, we've had 3 councils before this current council. There has been 3 social work boards and 2 boards for child and youth care workers. So currently we have the 4th council, the 4th board social work, and the 3rd board child and youth care work. And there's always synergy between the cycles. For the council, it's always aligned to the cycle. So if there's a board, it will also stay for 5 years, same as the council. So we are now almost towards the end of the tenure of the 4th council and the 2 boards. The mandate and obligations of council as legislated, there are 3 critical mandates: education, training and development, registration of practitioners, and maintenance of professional conduct or ethical conduct amongst the registered professionals. The objects of council, there's quite a number of them, but I'll highlight the few critical ones: to protect and promote the interests of the professions in respect of which professional boards have been or are to be established. In this case, we are just about to launch the professional board for community development. It's a process we are actively supporting to make sure that a 3rd board would soon be a reality, so that practitioners for community development can also be registered and professionalized. To maintain and enhance the prestige, status, and integrity and dignity of the professions. To advise the minister in relation to matters affecting the professions. To determine, on the recommendation of the professional boards, the qualifications for registration of persons practicing the professions. To regulate the practice and registration of persons practicing the professions. To determine the standards of professional conduct. To assist in promotion of social services. To promote the standards of training. And to promote and regulate interprofessional liaison in the best interest of the public. To date, we have 3 designations or 2 key designations: social work, which incorporates social auxiliary workers as well. And we also regulate the students who are practicing or studying towards the social work or social auxiliary work qualification, as well as the specialties under social work. Within child and youth care work, we have designations for child and youth care workers at professional level, as well as at auxiliary level, and the students and learners at both higher education institution level and the TVET levels. In 2016, Council and the boards crafted a number of strategies that became part of the business plan for their 5-year tenure. One, they looked at improving the accountability of the administration, making sure that there's a proper structure in place, systems are aligned, there are policies and there are SOPs in place, there's competent staff, qualified staff, and so forth, and also looked at improving the infrastructure. They also looked at the financial management as a key objective to look at compliance and making sure that properly, suitably qualified staff members are employed in the finance department to make sure that as council they can account for the fees that they levy to the practitioners. Third, to ensure that there's an efficient registration system that is working. We are still working towards improving our registration system to make it more interactive and to move completely to an online system. However, it requires a lot of capital infrastructure to move from a manual kind of registration system to an online platform. Education and training, there was also support for this objective to make sure that the quality of education and training is enhanced. There are programs that are dedicated through the boards to make sure that we work with our universities to look at standards, norms and standards for the qualifications that are being produced. 5, the partnerships and stakeholder relations. We take this very seriously because council without stakeholder engagements will not be able to, idealize all the objectives that they want to achieve. We're looking at stakeholders nationally, regionally. We've started a SADC roundtable where we're working with sister universities and professional bodies and associations in neighboring countries and also internationally supported by UNICEF. Communication, from 2016, Council actually realized that there was a need to heighten the communication with the sector and to be responsive to the issues that the sector is raising. And to this end, we have different communication platforms. We send out this week at Council, it's a notice that goes out every Friday or Monday. We have e-bulletins, we have newsletters that keep the sector abreast of what is happening within Council and the board notices. So Council has been communicating efficiently since it stepped in 2016. And we're building on, through our communication platforms. Contribution to policy, we continue to engage with legislation as it's being developed. And we also facilitate implementation of some of the legislation that rests within Council's mandate. We also internally look at an integrated and unified supportive way of complementing each other between the Council, the professional boards, and the administration. We encourage joint sittings where we are able to look at areas of commonality, and we look at supporting each and every structure, the boards, Council, and the administration. We also have an objective towards multidisciplinary practice. We're looking at supporting indigenization agenda, supporting our universities to make sure that we look at localizing, whatever practice that we are advancing to make sure that our students and graduates, when they come into our communities, they are able to fit in because we embracing a multidisciplinary practice approach. As I've said, we have professional boards, and our boards are established also in terms of Act of Parliament. It's embedded within the Act, Section 14A of the SSP Act number 110 of 1978. And the objects are clearly spelled out there that the boards consult and liaise with other boards and parties. They promote the social services on a national basis, and they control and exercise authority in respect of training and practice of professions within its ambit. So each professional board will actively be involved in matters aligned to their designation. So if it's social work, they would look at issues affecting the social work practice and professionals, and child and youth care work will do the same for child and youth care workers. Next slide, please. They also determine the minimum standards for education and training for the professions within its ambit and maintain and enhance the dignity. So it builds on the overall objects of Council, but at board level, it's brought even closer because they have direct contact with the professionals out there. Guide the professions falling within its ambit to protect the public. It is very critical that we not only focusing on our practitioners, but also we look at the end users, that they are protected. And if at any point members of the public are not happy with any of our registered practitioners, they are encouraged to bring it to the attention of council. We also communicate to the minister matters of public importance which affect the particular board. So there is also that avenue to elevate issues to the minister. For example, there was an NGO crisis in the sector in the past, and the matter will be elevated to the minister to say, funding is a problem for our NGOs. We need to look at how best we can support them. Because if we don't do that, it means practitioners would lose jobs and they would not be able to fulfill their obligations to, be licensed to practice by paying their subscriptions. Next slide, please. As I've said, they are mandated by the Act, and they, subject to the prescribed conditions, they can approve training schools, they can determine the minimum standards of education and training, including continuous professional education of persons practicing, to make sure that our practitioners are always abreast of the changes in the environment within which they are working. So the board has got a very important role to monitor and do quality assurance of, the education that has been given to the practitioners that ultimately will register with the council. Next slide. Next slide, Liz. There are just a few challenges that I would like to highlight. One, professionalization of the SSP sector, not translating into recognition and career advancement. It requires more advocacy and lobbying of other, direct departments who would help make sure that as we professionalize the designations, it has to translate also into recognition throughout the public service, and also make sure that there's room for career pathing and career advancement. So the staff establishment must reflect and mirror what is happening within the professionalization agenda that we are advocating for as council. There's a need to recognize emerging professions, notably child and youth care work, and an urgent need for staff establishment and career pathing, e.g. supervision and management positions, to enable social, the child and youth care workers also to grow into those positions. There's a need for improved working conditions, safety and security, tools of trade. Sometimes we get complaints from social workers or child and youth care workers, where they are working, it's unsafe. Sometimes it's the building which is dilapidated. Sometimes it's the distances they have to walk if they don't have a vehicle to travel. Sometimes the same vehicles that they are given to be able to do their work gets hijacked, their lives are at risk. So there needs to be a better way of looking at working conditions for our practitioners. The lack of funding for universities to offer degrees in child and youth care work. So the affordability issue becomes very important to look at, making sure that there could be bursaries to enable, child and youth care workers who are aspiring to have degrees to also study, whether online or, through contact universities, be able to afford to enroll also for studying further. Next slide. Alignment of salaries. For many years, there's always been an issue around parity for all qualification holders. At our social work in Durban in 2015, there was also this matter raised about the misalignment between different, qualification holders. If you have a social work NQF level 8 degree, you're not remunerated the same as somebody with a pharmacy or another qualification. Consistency in payment of subsidies to NGOs. There's always an outcry which affects our NGO sector because they are also contributing to employment of a lot of our graduates, that sometimes payments of subsidies are delayed or funding is drying out, with the result that people are forced to be retrenched, and high unemployment is still a reality for us, and retrenchments impact, council, in the sense that when people are not able to earn a salary, they are not able to prioritize paying an annual subscription. And then it means there's a high risk of exposure for our service users, because then people who are not practicing legally would still have an engagement with them. Next slide. Standardization of child and youth care work advertisements. We find that sometimes adverts go out, it doesn't call for, enforcement that people must be registered with the council as a social worker or registered as a child and youth care worker. It makes it difficult because then it means our practitioners who are regulated because they're paying their licenses to practice compete with other people who are not within the regulated sector, and that cannot be condoned. But that is a huge challenge that we always try to monitor provinces when they send out their adverts to make sure that it calls for registration with council. That way we know that we can protect our clients out there. Recognition of social work as a scarce skill and the absorption of unemployed social workers. This is a cross-cutting discipline critical for all state departments. So we merely just emphasizing a point to say, there needs to be recognition that our SSPs can be integrated in all state departments. Thank you, Chairperson. That is my last slide.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. I think you painted a very good picture of who council is, especially for some of our participants in this meeting who are joining us for the first time. And also to emphasize the role that social service practitioners can play in the sector. And in your presentation, what I also picked up, it's the importance of DSD and the South African Council for Social Service Professions, and now we have got COPTA, and I'm sure we'll have other departments coming on board to work as a collective. It will be so good to have social service practitioners in as many departments as possible, and at the same time recognize that the egos in our community play a very critical role in the employment. And what I also pick up is that at times when we talk of job creation, we tend to recognize that NPOs are also a critical employer in the communities, and we need to always be mindful of that. And you spoke of the different challenges, which I'm not going to be repeating those, but I think those are issues that are an impediment to practitioners in the sector to develop. The issue of staff establishment for child and youth care workers. We've been talking about this, I think, for the past, I don't know how many years now, 7, 8 years, and we cannot be sticking on one issue for so long. So we need to be really making some. We need to fast track the development of some of these issues because they are very critical. And you talked of the issue of bursaries for further studying, which is very key. And we should support the emerging of professions. That's very, very important because the challenges are increasing in our communities. And we need as many social service practitioners as we can so that each community has got somebody who is providing support on the ground. So thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. May I request that we get the agenda back, please? If you could please put it up. While we wait for the agenda to be put up, I'm going to call up on the chairperson for Professional Board for Social Work, Ms. Sharon Follentin, to share her presentation with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson and colleagues. I'm going to be giving you a very, very scaled down version of what is a longer presentation regarding the work of the Professional Board for Social Work. And the reason it is so significantly scaled down is we were given the challenge of doing this presentation in 3 minutes. So I'm going to focus on 3 aspects. The one is, what are the objectives of the Professional Board for Social Work? What does it actually do? What are the functions? And the third one is not specializations. The third factor there is, why is a professional board? So please, that's not specializations. It is, why is a professional board important and necessary? Okay, so those are the 3 things that I'm going to do, and I guess I have a minute each for each one of these. Right, okay, so the registrar has covered the objectives, so I am not going to speak to that again. I do want to make one statement though. Council and its boards largely have a regulatory function, but it also has a developmental function. And I think very often our developmental function gets lost. For example, if there is an emerging occupation or profession, carers, lay counsellors, I myself, for example, wonder, where are people who work in ECD settings, those who work with the pre-grade Rs, those early years, 0 to 2, 0 to 3, where are they going to find a home? And it is these categories of people that we support and we guide them if they want to become a fully fledged profession or occupation. The other thing I wanted to say around the objectives is we also work, or we promote liaison and cooperation with other training institutions. And I wanted to say to the colleagues here that we now have established a very good relationship with tertiary institutions in our Southern African development community, and we are supporting and assisting them around a number of matters. Okay, so that then is so much for the objectives of the council. These functions. Now, the board has 2 divisions, the professional board. It has an education, training and development division, and it has a professional conduct division. Because of the scope of the work, it has 2 committees and it has 2 managers. But what are the functions of this board? Well, we define the scope of practice. Okay? So we define what social work is. We define what it means to work in probation, what occupational social work is. So that there's no question about it. People don't need to be confused. We set minimum standards, and we also assess learning materials. We conduct quality assurance of all universities providing social work, and also all colleges providing social auxiliary work and child and youth care work, to make sure that the training is relevant to our conditions and that it is appropriate. But there's another reason why we do that. We also want to make sure that we do not have that parents are not taken for a ride. We do not have, as so often has happened, parents pay an enormous amount of money because they want the best for their children and discover afterwards that this institution they have sent their child to is not registered at all. And so the qualification is not worth the paper it is written on. Now, there's been a lot said about COVID-19. I do want to say to you that our plans for conducting quality assurance have had to be put on hold because of COVID-19, so we could not gain access to the universities to do that, but we have sent to them the self-assessment. So we do what we can do within our constraints. Next slide, please. Okay. We do assessment of all social service practitioners with foreign or international qualifications, and we do that with the help and support of the South African Qualifications Authority. Our qualification is for a degree is a level 8. Very often somebody from another country comes here and does not meet our requirements. We will then also guide the person on what they need to do in order to qualify and then register. We ensure and we monitor compliance with continuous professional development. This is extremely important to us. Our environment changes all the time. I qualified in a time where there was no such thing called a developmental model or a developmental approach to social work. It is incumbent on me to continue my professional learning and my development. People who qualified 5 and 10 years ago did not learn about decolonization and decolonial theory in social work. It is important that those of us who qualified before this emphasis, that we continue. Also, practices change. New information comes to light. New evidence is presented. Research is done. There are new technologies. It is important that all of us who practice stay abreast with the developments so that we can be relevant and so that we can be effective. Okay, and then we facilitate and also support emerging specializations within the field of social work. At the moment, we have 7 designated specializations. It's forensic social work, clinical social work, probation, adoption, occupational social work in healthcare, and supervision. And then the board also has a function that speaks to code of conduct, professional conduct, and ethical practice. And so we promote and manage the ethical standards and the practice of all social service practitioners. And in this regard, we also deal with complaints of unethical practice that come to our attention. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay. The final slide, and then I think I will have done my 3 minutes, is why is a professional board important? What value does it have? Well, in our country, we have many, many interest groups who claim to serve the interest of this profession, and some of them should exist. For example, we have it in education and training of social service professions. Well, you name it. We have professional associations. In fact, we have multiple professional associations, when in fact we should have one professional association. The importance of this board is, and whereas all these other interest groups have their own rules and regulations and guidelines, the Professional Board of Social Work is the one structure that can provide consistency, particularly statutory, legislative consistency, regulatory consistency across the board. Now, what this also means is that it enables professional mobility, which means that a profession can, because of the consistency, you don't have to register in this province and then you cannot work in another province. So you can then, it enables professional mobility, you can work in any province. Unlike in some countries where, in fact, if you register in one state, you cannot work in another state. And I have lost the slide. So, Chairperson, the slide's missing.
Yeah, I've also lost the slide. Please, IT, assist.
Okay, so I'm going to try and speak from my notes. Secondly, the professional board for social work is the link between clients or consumers of our services and our practitioners. And it protects the best interest of both parties. So that is a vitally important role that it plays, right? It has, unlike again, all of those other structures which exist to promote our interest, this is the only structure really that has a legal mandate to play an oversight role. It can establish minimum standards of competence. It can conduct quality assurance. It can establish the means of sanctioning or removing incompetent or unethical professionals. And it can establish the requirements to be licensed to practice. And very importantly here, the fact that you qualify as a social worker doesn't mean that you can practice. You actually have to meet the requirements of professional registration. Then you can have this designation, and it is a title that we should protect, of registered social worker. Okay, and then it brings together a pool of expertise representing the main functional areas of the profession. And the bit of research that I have done is that many boards collect important people on the board, but the important people do not really understand the functions and the purpose of the board. And so very often, and we have seen this with many boards, some of them will remain nameless, that they then come into disarray or they make the news. And then just finally, I want to say that what distinguishes social work from all other professions is its dual function of social justice and social change, as well as enhancing the individual well-being of people. And a professional board, the value of the professional board is that it ensures, through its legislative mandate, it ensures that this happens. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I have managed my 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thanks for keeping your presentation as short as possible. I think that you have very well outlined what the professional board for social work is and what it stands for. And the most important issue that you brought up is the developmental function of council that we must always keep in mind. I think that it's very important that you raise that issue. Can I request that we the agenda back immediately when somebody steps off, or you remove the presentation? And we will now call upon the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, represented by Ms. Tumbadu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Elizabeth. Thank you. Just to start by saying that child and youth care workers are direct, essential service workers who provide care and protection in the life space of the child and the family. And just to clarify, by life space, we don't just mean in the physical space of children and families, but we also refer to the emotional space, the intellectual space, the social space, and more recently, within the COVID times, within the virtual life space of children. Child and youth care workers have been demonstrating innovative work in their practice. Could I have the next slide? Next slide, please. In the next slide, I make the point that the number of child and youth care workers registered with the council is 11,282. And the growth in the number of the registrations is one of the key achievements of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care. However, it's interesting to note that the number of auxiliary child and youth care workers are 7,689 versus the professional child and youth care workers, which is 221. And this is obviously a concern to the board, because we are concerned about the development of the field, and we are concerned that the professional development of child and youth care workers need to start matching the auxiliary development of child and youth care workers so that the field grows holistically. The next slide. Just to highlight the issue of employment status of the child and youth care workforce. Information is not currently collected by Council on how many of these child care workers are employed or how many of them are unemployed, but we know that there are a number of unemployed child care workers at the moment. We also are not too sure how many of them are receiving stipends and how many of them are receiving salaries. We believe that HWCTA records would indicate that there are more than 8,000 child and youth care workers that have been trained, qualified, and many of them with experience. But as you can see, the registration numbers of Council don't match this. So we believe that there are more experienced child and youth care workers available for effective employment in communities at this critical time in our country. However, we do also believe that there is a need for the analysis and planning for child and youth care workers to be deployed more effectively in community settings, or a planned transitioning for them to opportunities that might exist in other settings like education and health. With our next slide, we're just wanting to again make clarify the point that it is a concern to the board that the auxiliary child and youth care workers with FET certificates at level 4 are earning sometimes as low as 1,002 per month in some programs, and in others, the basic minimum wage of 3.5. Many of these childcare workers have qualification and many years of experience. This needs to be looked at. The other issue of concern is the OSD. The next slide. The next slide, yes. The OSD and the lack of opportunities for child and youth care work. The OSD goes only up to level 7. Failure to adjust the OSD for child and youth care practitioners after the professional qualifications were given official recognition and has resulted in a mismatch between the OSD and the regulations for child and youth care work. With no change having been made to the OSD, the current situation is that 1, there are no positions for child and youth care worker in the public sector at professional level, in supervision, in management, in policy development. 2, the child and youth care workers at auxiliary level and the associated team leaders and supervisors are placed at a lower level than the social worker and community development peers and earn less. And this is obviously a concern for the board. A lot of requirements do not reflect Council's requirements. Changes to the OSD can only be made by the Department of Public Service and Administration and only at the request of the respective government department, which is DSD in this case. And this is an initiative that is obviously critical and of critical concern to the board. The next slide. Just some key professional developments of childcare worker. Then we are concerned that there are too few degreed professional qualified child and youth care workers. There are only 2 universities currently offering the child and youth care degree program in South Africa. DUT, the Durban University of Technology, and Monash. And Monash is a private university that has reported that it has decided to close the child and youth care degree program at the moment. Fortunately, the efforts of the professional board have been successful and has resulted in University of Western Cape and University of Johannesburg preparing to offer this degree in 2022. sorry, this. I think just the issue of bursary options and opportunities for child and youth care workers to study are again a critical concern for the board, so that we move the auxiliary child and youth care workers onto the articulation towards their professional degree as required by the Department of Education. The next slide, just some concluding comments. The potential of the child and youth care workforce in South Africa is enormous, particularly in providing prevention and early intervention services. And this has been envisioned by the White Paper and other legislation as well as the Children's Act. These large numbers of child and youth care workers who are registered and could be registered could play a key role in areas such as foster care and supervision of foster care placement. And in the COVID-19 crisis, the issue of gender-based violence, supporting school dropout, substance abuse in homes and amongst youth, and of course in healthcare support, and including the supporting with the rollout of the vaccine and ensuring that families are supported in this sort of way. Child and youth care workers, like I said before, are direct essential service workers. So they're working right in the space of families, even at COVID times, and are able to provide developmental care support, educational support to children and families right there in their life space. Our next slide. So there is a need for an HR plan development with the sector to map out the demand and supply and to plan to realize the targets that would be set. The potential and benefits to children and youth has been experienced already in the rollout of the community-based child and youth care program, Izibindi, and it has been documented in more than 40 pieces of research evidence. So it's evidence-based research on the effective role that child and youth care workers can play with children and in families. The future of statutory regulation of child and youth care sector has been very positive and is seen in the growth of registration with councils. Child and youth care workers are eager to register. They are willing to register and they're willing to be counted as professionals in the field. However, the lack of opportunities for their advancement within the public and private sector is hampering the full development of the workforce. And so with the next slide, we're saying that child and youth care workers in childcare centres employed by government and in the NPO sector do require ongoing opportunities for career advancement. DSD could engage with the social sector, including Department of Basic Education and Department of Health, for the employment of childcare workers in their institutions, in programs, in a planned and purposeful partnership, if this is helpful in a financially restricted context. These children who go to school are still children from the community. They're still children who have health needs. They are actually the same children. And so that could be a shared a task as well. And the development and protection of the status of the child and youth care profession requires championing at a national and provincial level within DSD. It does require the political will to operationalize as fully as possible the child and youth care workforce. In this regard, a summit is being planned by the professional board for early May to deliberate on these issues with the key stakeholders in greater detail. I thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tambatu. And I think that some of the points that you have raised here were mentioned by the registrar in her presentation as well. But most importantly, the issue of the analysis, planning, and of this cadre of child and youth care workers, it's very important. And the fast tracking of the emerging professions, it's also very important in order to retain the practitioners, because if there is slow development, people get interest in other fields and they can easily be lost. And the issue of the expansion of settings where child and youth care workers can be deployed, it's very critical, more so during this time. And so thank you once again for your presentation. I will now call upon the registration manager, Mr. Vincent, to share the registration statistics with us. Mr. Shabangana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon, everybody. I want to start by saying that my presentation is very statistical in nature, and I want to believe that statistics tell a story, and they do help the council, registrar, professional boards to make decisions based on the statistics. I also want to say that one of the common themes for me, at least as a registration manager, the theme that is run across through all the presentations ever since this morning until now is the critical role of social workers and child and youth care workers in this country in terms of addressing the social ills within our country. And hence, those social service professionals need to be registered with council accordingly. So the first presentation there highlights the current social service professions that are registered with council, and in total within the social work register, including social workers, auxiliaries, and the students, we have got 75,642 in total within the social work register. And within the child and youth care register, we have a total of 11,282. I remember very well a few years ago, there were just about 6,000, and the number's grown just increased. And those are the breakdowns in terms of auxiliaries and professionals and the students. I think Ms. Tambadu, she mentioned that. And the next slide that you see there, it's a slide that talks to the numbers of professionals within the social work, excluding social workers, only those fully fledged, fully qualified social auxiliaries and social workers only. So we can see that from 2016 to 2021, there's been a growth in terms of the registration of social auxiliary workers from 9,395 to 12,366 as of now. That's quite a big number. And as well for social workers across the years 2016 to 2021, the numbers have grown from 26,000 to 36,992, and in total we've got 49,358 combined social workers and social auxiliary workers only. Next slide. The next slide is it talks about the registered child and youth care auxiliary workers and child and youth care professional workers, only excluding students. Because child and youth care auxiliaries are a fully fledged level within the child and youth care category, and the child and youth care professionals are also qualified. And we see a growth in terms of the numbers registered within the social child and youth care auxiliary category from 4,746 in 2016 to 7,689 as of 2021. But the big concern remains for child and youth care professionals who are now 121. But we are actually aware that many of these people we've registered are people with diplomas, and there are people with the degrees out there and who are not coming forth to register with council. And I want to believe that the professional board for child and youth care has got a role in terms of making sure that these people out there actually register accordingly. Next slide. The next slide here is about students. This is where This is just students within the social work category. Student social auxiliary workers, the number of people, I would say social auxiliary work students have been registered with council. They have been registering, and we have seen that as of 2016, there were 8,528 registered with council. And as of 2021, there are 11,622. So students are actually registering. And those that qualify, they qualify as social auxiliary workers, they get registered accordingly, as well as social student social workers as well. The numbers have grown from 13,000 plus to 14,000, and those that qualify as social workers, they get registered accordingly. And currently we have got in total 26,284 from 22,235. So within the social work categories, students are actually coming forth to register with council. Next slide. This is I think the third last slide. Students within the child and youth care category. We've got students who are starting to become social auxiliary workers. In 2016, we had 262, and in 2021, we've got 3,209 who are registered with the council. And child and student workers, those are the ones in universities and other institutions of higher learning. We had in 2016 119, and they've come forth to register with council, and we are currently sitting with the 263. But you need to note that as soon as they qualify, they get registered either as professional child and youth care workers or as social auxiliary workers. This slide, this is the second last slide. We have got social workers in private practice. From 2019 to 2021, we see a number of 1,975 social workers who have gone into private practice. They've gone into private practice. And first quarter, we can see 150, and as of the fourth quarter, first quarter, all the quarters running from 2019 to 2021, 285, and fourth quarter from 2019 to 2021 is 742. So the number of social workers who are going into practice, so into private practice, is actually increasing by year by year. Yeah, this is my last slide. Very, very critical slide. Registrar in a presentation, and I think other members as well in their presentations, they have alluded to the fact that there are lots of social workers in this country who are qualified, but they find themselves unemployed. We have got also social workers from registered with council from our SADC countries, like from Botswana, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, who registered with us. But unfortunately, some of them, they are having challenges with the renewal of their permits, so they end up leaving the country together with those that are qualified but cannot get the job. So they look for greener pastures elsewhere and they go overseas. So we have currently a total of 480 social workers who have gone overseas to work there, and they've left the country. And South Africa is in need of social workers, and there are lots of social ills that we have that need social workers in this country, and they keep moving, and the number increases year by year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palanga. I'm not going to reflect much on your presentation because, as you said, the numbers tell a story themselves. So this is a numerical description of what we have been following in the presentations that were made, especially made by the registrar and the two chairpersons of the boards. I was hoping that by 12 o'clock we would have completed most of the presentations, and we will have 30 minutes of deliberation. We still have one more presentation that we need to take, the presentation on the business case. Is this another one, Registrar? Is it still talking to the first one, or is this an addition?
There's only one presentation, sir.
Okay, so it means that I'm right in my planning of how we use the time. So we will now move on to the questions and answer or comments from the members. I am going to limit you to at least 15 minutes of deliberations here, so that we allow some time for reflections, which is going to be coming from the EXCO member, Mr. Kabasia. So if I'm now opening the platform for questions and answers or comments. I hope I'll be able to see your hands as they are raised here. And if not, I will request that the registrar and the secretariat, if you could please support if I am missing some of the people.
Chairperson, would you want to do that before the business case presentation or after?
Oh, sorry. I thought I thought that this was the same to the one presented.
No.
Okay, please carry on, ma'am.
Thank you. So this is just my observation, and we're making a case. As members are aware, Council has clear mandate to regulate the sector, make sure that people are properly licensed to practice, and ensure there's quality of education out there and continuous professional development, as well as maintain or enhance the maintenance of compliance by all the registered practitioners. My observation is that most people don't understand the intricate role of social service professionals. You know, there are instances where you'd spontaneously say, where's the doctor? Call the nurse, you know, but can anyone reflect on instances where you spontaneously would say, call a social worker, you know, in an emergency situation? It is easy to explain what a teacher or a nurse does, as opposed to explaining what a social worker or a child and youth care worker does. It is therefore important that we explain and we highlight the areas of need and significant roles that may be played by social service practitioners in different settings and in different social contexts. Social workers, for example, are people who are trained to wear strategic lenses and activate, advocate, and lobby relevant stakeholders to bring about change to a situation. A social worker, for example, is not trained to give out handouts or to solve people's problems, but can assist to unlock opportunities and facilitate the delivery. I want to give 3 scenarios that would help illustrate, the roles better, and to speak to all the issues that we want to flag, which Minister Mutambi also spoke to about, an integrated approach, a district development model approach. So we can put the slide on the problem statement, because I think it also just centers us in terms of what could be the problem, because some of the issues which are contained in the problem statement are issues which the state president has also, touched on in the State of the Nation in 2019. The seeming lack of synergy between local district municipalities and provincial government departments, which results in lack of service and poor or non-existent integrated case management. There are inaccurate or no statistics about the burgeoning informal settlements. Community profiles are not updated. And especially in rural communities, it makes it very difficult to respond cogently to the COVID pandemic, as we have seen recently in Limpopo, when there was overnight so many deaths experienced in Limpopo province. So I want to just share my experiences of how it is possible to actually integrate and work collaboratively as social workers by just sharing some of the experiences I've had whilst I was still in practice. One day, a social worker doing walkabout in Hekasi, Alexandra Township, she spots a group of children playing with their handmade plastic soccer ball. One child is sitting watching with envy, and he keeps on rubbing his eyes and is scratching his elbows and legs. She connects immediately with that child because he looks so lonely and sad. She walks back and approaches him. Upon inquiry, the child explains that none of his friends would play with him because he has sores all over his body, and they've become so bad that his eyesight was also failing. She asks where he lives, and he points out at a shack, and she asks him to walk home with her. After introducing herself and explaining why she came unannounced, she discovers with horror that 8 people, 6 of whom were very sick, all HIV positive, lived in a 2-roomed shack, and none of them were receiving medication. That includes the little boy as well. What is worse is that he was not also attending school because he was a laughingstock for the entire school. The family had not eaten for a week, they allege, as there was no income earner in the household. Holding back her tears, she quickly contacts the ward councillor, who came immediately accompanied by a community development worker and a home-based carer. They contact the community work program site manager and the social worker from the local municipality for a quick consultation. After their session, the child was referred to the local clinic. The mother of the boy, also HIV positive, who had matriculated 3 years back, was registered to do useful work within the community work program. And the rest of the older family members were put on the indigent register at the municipality. Today, the boy has completed his primary schooling and is in high school. The mother is now employed at a local KFC. What led to the success story in this case scenario? A strong ward-based system using integrated development approach with a strong collaboration between private social workers within the municipality, NGOs, social development, health department, local schools, which resulted in excellent integrated case management. Can this be replicated anywhere else in the country? Of course, yes. The second scenario is back in Seshego. A social worker, the same social worker, visits her hometown in Limpopo, and she decides to do a walkabout in the neighborhood to reminisce on the good old days. She observes on her way to her former primary school that children are at high risk of being knocked over by impatient motorists who drive at crazy speed. It was difficult even for herself to cross the busy main road. She took her phone out and snapped a few photos of what she witnessed. Later in the afternoon, she had a planned session at a former high school where she normally gives motivational talks to grade 8, 10, and 12 learners. She notices that the same learners who were at risk in the morning are still at risk in the afternoon because there are no scholar patrols, no walk-home buddies, or escorts to get the kids safely back home. Again, she snaps away on her phone and keeps the evidence. Later in the week, she attends a local community meeting arranged by a political party, and she notices overgrown areas where women and men would walk in the early hours to go to work. Alarm bells are raised because the uncut long grass presents an opportunity for criminals and rapists. She raises the issues and activates solution-focused thinking among the comrades and even pose a challenge to the youth who sit by the street corners watching the sun go by to share ideas of how to change the situation. Guess what? The branch engages the local ward councillor, the roads agency, public works department, community safety unit, traffic department, and the mayor about the possibilities of erecting street humps to slow down motorists, fix the street lights. A door-to-door campaign is initiated to sensitize families to take responsibility over the safety of children and to have volunteers to escort children in the morning and in the afternoon, and also a cleanup campaign to clear the high-risk areas. The collaboration has long-lasting effects, and the organs of state start to work in unison and are still working closely together to date. The last scenario is in Bokfontein, Madibeng municipality. Whilst driving back from Sun City one rainy afternoon, the social worker spotted what looked like children playing or walking in the bushes along the road between Moinoi and Brits. Curiously, she drove back and parked the car to investigate. What she discovered was a group of about 100 people thrown out from a nearby farm by the son of the late farmer, relocated to this open land as a compromise for them to resettle and start a living. A crisis was waiting to happen because among the group, there were young lions hungry to bring breath to a dead halt if their issues were not resolved. Many social ills were happening behind the cover of the bushes, lawlessness and anarchy. After many consultations with other like-minded social service practitioners and organizational workshop practitioners, piloting the Right to Work project, the following happened. The Office of the Mayor in Madibeng, the local ward councillor were contacted, local housing division, the health department, respective embassies for Malawi, Lesotho, Swaziland, and Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, and the Home Affairs were contacted for undocumented people. And the South African Police Services was also invited to extend their services to this community. The Youth Directorate and local social development service points and the mining business community were also activated to participate. A quarry that was a health and security risk was rehabilitated to make sure that children can play safely around it without fear or danger. Advocacy and lobbying happened to make sure that services were brought closer to this community. Today, a beautiful township called Chaba di Maketsi, loosely translated, nations are surprised, because the community is now flourishing and self-reliant through collaborations with various role players and local Madibeng municipality. I'm painting a picture here of the limitless opportunities that exist when there is synergy and concord between local, province, civil society, and central government. It pains me that after the Minister of Social Development, Honorable Mayor Lindiwe Zulu, announced a special project to activate placement of interns across the provinces, that some of my colleagues were calling council to ask what they should do with the interns. My response has been come up with cogent strategic programs that will enable them to hone in their professional skills, avoid anything that is manual. There are currently focus areas which I believe if we don't do very well as a country to focus on, our efforts will become minimized. Deteriorating mental health of the nation and psychosocial support in response to COVID-19, escalating gender-based violence in communities, social management of COVID-19 aftermath, substance and alcohol abuse amongst children, primary and high schools, school-based violence, bullying, and dropout rates. There are a number of social service professions roles that I would want to highlight. We all have promotive functions. These are largely education and awareness functions where information is disseminated to the service end users. They include, but are not limited to, advocacy, education and training, and monitoring. An example could be creating and carrying out information campaigns to keep communities safe from COVID and reducing stigma against the infected or affected family members. There are also preventive functions, which are proactive responses that seeks to prevent and mitigate identified challenges from becoming bigger. For example, identifying vulnerable households, where we've heard ministers saying, COVID will decimate the whole family and leave children behind. We need to identify those households, work with community leaders, provide remote psychosocial support, carry out contact tracing and response to issues raised via gender-based violence and lifeline hotlines. Responsive functions include largely reactive functions where in-depth skills will be used to gain more information from individuals using micro-practice, what we used to call casework back in our days, group and family interventions, meso-practice, and communities, macro-practice. Examples: providing psychosocial interventions for families affected by domestic violence, abuse, neglect, sexual abuse, and exploitation, identifying emergency alternative care options for children who are separated or orphaned, or transitioning from residential care institutions or transit shelters. Providing bereavement counseling and support alternatives to traditional mourning rituals. This one is very close to my heart because many people are unable to mourn properly for their loved ones during COVID. There are a lot of people who are hurting who are traumatized by the fact that they are not able to do their final, rituals that is important to make sure that their loved ones go peacefully. What can be done to manage the post-COVID-19 aftermath? I believe that strategic deployment of unemployed graduates, social workers, child and youth care workers, and community development practitioners will advance the ideals that are espoused in the National Development Plan. Below, Liz, can you just move the slides? The psychosocial support interventions in communities for families infected with COVID-19 or affected by COVID complication deaths, educators and learners in schools, hospital and clinic staff and their patients, grave diggers because they are also forgotten, or the cemetery staff. Those people need psychosocial support interventions, and social service practitioners are there to give the necessary support. Mental health support to all members of the community, especially the elderly, youth, disabled, and children. Gender-based violence prevention and prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, awareness raising and creation for strong, effective referral networks. Data collection about the effects of COVID and other social challenges on the vulnerable and poor, and on social service professionals themselves. The case that happened in KZN raises, eyebrows, but certainly it's telling us that our practitioners also are working wounded. And therefore, when we're giving psychosocial support for other people, we need to also think about employee health and wellness for all practitioners, because they need to be debriefed for them to be able to continue rendering effective services. Data collection about the effects of COVID and on other social challenges on the vulnerable and poor, and on social service professions. Household profiling and enhancement of the ward-based system to contribute to the district model, and integrated case management. For example, SSP is working with ward councillors and House of Traditional Leaders, as well as the local municipality and the district offices of health and social development, human settlement, safety and security, agriculture, etc. Community profiling and resource mapping to ensure that accurate statistics and referrals are taking place to protect vulnerable people, especially the elderly, children, and disabled, who should receive constant care and support. Social facilitation and impact assessments before large-scale projects are undertaken by public works, for example, or roads agencies, or urban planning. We need teacher assistants or teacher learner support aids to enable the teachers to focus on teaching. Field researchers to do contact tracing, children on the move, whether it's for refugees or migrants from different provinces, female-headed households and child-headed households. We need to know where these people are. Social service practitioners can plug that gap. We need walk-home buddies, mentors, and homework supervisors for children. Our child and youth care workers can step in and are actually doing this kind of work where children are offered safety and peer mentorship. The district support, the district development model. Next slide, please. This model was initiated by President Cyril Ramaphosa in his budget speech in 2019. Subsequently, the DDM was discussed and adopted by Cabinet, the 2019 Presidential Coordinating Council, the March 2020 Extended PCC, and various MINMEX. The President, in the 2019 Presidency budget speech, identified the pattern of operating in silos as a challenge which leads to lack of coherence in planning and implementation, and has made monitoring and oversight of government programs difficult. The consequence has been non-optimal delivery of services and diminished impact on the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and employment. I'm raising these issues because it has a direct link with the problem statement that we flagged earlier on. Next slide. I've selected 4 objectives of the many objectives of the DM, which I believe require involvement or planning to budget for the deployment of SSPs. Namely, the coordination of government response to challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, particularly amongst women, youth, and people living with disabilities. Narrow the distance between people and government by strengthening the coordination role and capacities at the district and city levels. Foster a practical intergovernmental relation mechanism to plan, budget, and implement jointly in order to provide a coherent government for the people in the Republic. To maximize impact and align plans and resources at our disposal through the development of one district. I think what the president was alluding to emphasizes the importance of integrated collaboration, whether it's civil society with state of organs, whether it's NGOs with the Department of Social Development. There has to be synergy and concord between all of us so that there is an effective and optimal, state function. The pattern of operating in silos is a challenge, the president has said, and we need to move away from that. So as we make a case for NGOs, for more collaboration between our local municipalities, district metros, provincial offices, and the central government, we are merely saying as council, we need to work together to dialogue better and make sure that we can plan effectively, budget more for the recruitment and deployment of social service practitioners, to make sure that at grassroots proper, where cold-face service delivery happens, we have cadres on the beat doing work to strengthen our ward-based system. If that happens, problems will be arrested right at the beginning before they become a national crisis. I therefore implore leadership gathered here today to consider an urgent necessity to consult and dialogue further with the Council, the Ministry of Social Development, NGOs, NPOs, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations. And I'm saying especially because this grouping are a training hub for most of the newly qualified graduates and can be funded to deploy more social service professionals, because most NGOs are closing down, they can't afford to pay. And this becomes a challenge. Hence, Mr. Shabangana was mentioning that we're losing a lot of them to overseas, countries, because they feel here at home they are stagnant due to the unemployment rate. So as NGOs close down, retrenchments continues. Academia needs to be involved because they are able to support the mandate to train and make sure that quality graduates are produced and we are able to employ them. National associations or forums representing social workers, child and youth care workers, social auxiliary workers, and community development practitioners need to be engaged as well. If we succeed with implementation of such an approach, we will mitigate many problems which cripples the economy as we try to react to the ripple effects of dysfunctional families, communities, and a nation in crisis. The recognition of the value add of having social service professionals will increase employment opportunities and reduce drastically the brain drain that sees us losing social service practitioners to northern countries, especially the UK, each week. I thank you all. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think that you have clearly outlined the business case, and we all get to understand what is it that this country can offer. And came up more and more for me was that we definitely need planned and strategic deployment of these social service practitioners. Because of we are now running over time, I would like us to try and manage the little extension of time that we are embarking into now. If we can just take a few questions and answers before we get a reflection from Mr. Kabasia. I see a hand from Honorable Faith Mutambi.
Thank you, Vice President and Chairperson. I think the business case is presented by the registrar speaks it all. It's very clear and local on what needs to be done. I'm damn excited because Rangi has also zoomed on the district development model that encompasses everything that we must. And I should think on our side. Because we are also responsible for the oversight of the model as COGTA. As you know, COGTA is the lead department. These are the matters that we are going to take with keen interest to also support the work of the council. And I will share a lot of case studies as Rangi has done if I had time. But I'll share one that is very critical for your noting and also to expose how our working in silos then come to catch up with us. We are normally found napping when we deal with these matters. Here in my district in November, there is this old woman who suffered for the last 25 years, not having an ID, a correct ID. The husband passed on, she couldn't benefit on the estate. She's old. She has been robbed 20 years of pension money. And then you ask yourself, in the mix of all these things, where was the ward councillor? Where was the social worker? Where was the CDW, community development worker? Where was the ward committee member? I'm trying to raise this so that you understand there are so various many organs of state power that are there on the ground. By virtue that we are working in silos, then it had to take me, somebody to phone me to say, Chairperson, I see you've been helping a lot of people. Can you come and intervene on this matter that the poor lady must get the ID? Together with the Department of Home Affairs, it only took us two weeks to get the old lady get the ID. But she has been struggling, being taken from pillar to post. This is a classical example to say then, if we are to align ourselves with the business case and make sure that it gets implemented, we'll go a long way. Because the other issues, I think those are the issues that the Department of Social Development will have to deal with it. You're looking at the number of the professionals. As I saw the presentation, I think it was done by, somebody was sharing with us the statistics then. And then also you look at the need because, we are seated with vulnerable communities. Recently, the past 3 weeks in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and part of Northwest, there are people who have been struck by disaster, the Eloise storm. Many people have lost homes, houses, and whatever, and then that's where they need our social services. I want to linking it with what the president has said, the model that other countries had adopted. Because for me, where I'm seated, I will love a situation wherein each ward has got a social worker or somebody providing social services. And the way we are operating, the silos mentality, I don't want to repeat myself, but I should say, let's use this as work in progress, and then we develop it as he has recommended this registrar. Then we make work streams so that then we are able to then bring on all the pool of people who are supposed to assist in us implementing this business case. Should this business case be implemented this latter, I think will make this country a very better place to live in. Because reality is that our people have become so vulnerable, in particular because of this pandemic. And the work of this profession becomes very critical, such that we can assure you we'll give you all our support from our side as COGTA. We'll make sure that all these issues that in your business case, in fact, from where I'm seated, when I interact with municipalities, I will also be able to zoom all these issues that there is, so that then we start to locate where are the social services within their area of operation, both from the district, the local municipality, and the provincial government. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And we really appreciate your presence here. And I also like the idea of, seeing this as working because again and again, the issue of working in silos, and I feel as you speak again, the issue of analysis, planning, and strategizing the deployment comes up. We need to have if you are speaking, you are on mute, ma'am. Member for the please unmute your.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me say all protocol observed. Can you hear me, Chair? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
We can hear you.
You are very clear. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you are very clear. Thank you. Carry on. Yes, carry on.
Okay. I just wanted to indicate that I honestly feel that the presentations that have been shared with us this morning are challenging us to begin to also make reflections in varied ways, but also to try and find a common space for engagement on various issues that are impacting on the effective functioning of the sector. One of the things that has happened, which although a sad reality, is the fact that COVID-19 has presented us with an undebatable reality that we cannot continue working with in terms of the approach that we have been operating in. Silos should begin to become a thing of the past. It's a reality that COVID-19 has presented us with. And I think that then says to us, as various key players in the space, we really need to find a common space to engage on some of the issues that have been presented by colleagues here. In terms of, for example, there's an issue that has been raised by Sislangi on the issue of NPOs. How best do we support NPOs? We are all well aware of the fact that the funding wells have dried out. NPOs are struggling to receive or to source funding, and support for NPOs is quite weak. But also COVID-19 has worsened the situation, but also the reality for government to improve in terms of funding the NPOs, in terms of the current state of affairs of government relating to finances, it is a very difficult situation. So that also dictates that we need to find a common ground in terms of how best do we make sure that the sector becomes functional. NPOs, the plight of NPOs is taken into consideration, but also all the players that are in the space are then able to ensure that this NPOs continue to function and support the critical work that government has to deliver upon. And the other issue that I had wanted to comment on is what Zeni has shared with us in terms of her proposal for an HR plan to map the demand and the supply for child and youth care workers. I want to indicate to Zeni that she mentioned something around the issue of buy-in in terms of the political space. So I wanted to indicate to her that there is a supply and demand model that has taken into consideration the needs of the sector over the coming years. And this model begins to assist us in terms of projecting these needs. However, at this point in time,
there is political buy-in into this process, in the sense that the minister continues to report, and there is an expectation that the minister will be reporting over the coming financial years in terms of the progress that the department has made on the absorption of social service practitioners, not only child and youth care workers. So in this regard, our HR team will be engaging with the various players within the sector to further unpack and engage with all the players. Like Zeni, you have indicated that probably there's need for us to also engage with DBE and so forth. So those players will all be engaged. And this is a year that I think the HR team will be looking at what is it that we have within the sector, and what is it that the various government departments, of course, also have, what is happening within municipalities, so that the plan can then assist us to identify where the gaps are and the various needs of various employers, and so that they can, this information can then inform a comprehensive plan that is going to enable them to come up with an informed sector absorption plan for all practitioners. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Udon, there's a hand from Ms.
I think
Murwan.
you've made very interesting. I see from Ms. Murwan. Yes, thank you. Ms. Murwan, if you are speaking, you are on mute, ma'am. We can't hear.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I would really like to appreciate the work of the Council, really in sort of putting this dialogue in place for engagement. This is very profound and this is very important. And to really appreciate the effort that has been made in developing the business case and identifying critical issues that are really, affecting communities in the country. But for me, I would like to comment on two things, Chair. The first one is the issue of mental health and psychosocial support. I know, and we are all aware, that there are pockets of interventions in schools, in communities, but actually I think if we have to really sit back and reflect as a country and say really, how great is the reach that we are doing, we'll tend to realize that, yes, we've got pockets of, services everywhere, but really the position to articulate the impact will be a bit of a challenge. So I think what the Council is really taking up is a challenge for all of us to say, how do we amplify and massify mental health and psychosocial support? Taking into consideration what is happening currently based on the aftermath of COVID-19, and who takes the lead to ensure that every community, everyone is able to access these services. And I think Mem Tambi has said it very well, that the district development model is there. So whatever that we really need to do, if we have to really sort of zone it to where communities are, the very same audit of competences, of skills, of who is doing what and where. If we can take this to the district model, I think it will be able to ensure that services reach each and every South African who really need the services. But also maybe the profound question now is, who takes the lead? Who the lead? Who is the coordinator? Who is supposed to set up the SOPs, the standard operating procedures, so that we can know that there is a center that holds, and all of us, we need to really engage with the sector. As UNICEF, we stay committed to support the government, but it will be very good to actually have very clear indication as to how are we moving in tandem to ensure that services reach, each and everyone in the country. Over, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for the point. In the interest of time, if you allow me, I would wish not to take any other hand. I would like to get reflections from Mr. Kabasia. If you are speaking, sir, you are on mute. We can't hear.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all the respected guests. Chair, let me start first maybe by appreciating the contributions that have been made by the presenters as well as the comments that were received from the participants of the meeting. I think this is a very important session that begins to lay a foundation for Council to continuously engage with its key stakeholders on issues that matter most in as far as the sector is concerned. But also to note, Chair, is that the role of the Council has been projected in this meeting today within the context of the National Development Plan Vision 2030. And that is very important because the Council has to be seen to be contributing to the overall agenda of the country, in particular the NDP Vision 2030. So it is a very, very important aspect of our conversation today, so that our relevance must not just be based on the existing legislation that gives birth to Council, but also on critical, on the critical agenda of the country as a whole. So that has been a very, very a good observation to make throughout this meeting. But again, also, Chairperson, the discussions that were undertaken today are not far removed from the diagnosis that was made by the National Development Plan, in particular those that speaks to the role of the sector, the role of the Council, and the role of professionals which belong or who are members of this Council that we have been focusing on today. Part of what has been raised, which also speaks to what the NDP has said, without the risk of repeating anything, Chair, but I think it's important for me to emphasize some of those. Clearly, there is still a problem of fragmentation, or a system that is still fragmented, plagued with administrative bottlenecks and implementation inefficiencies. These are some of the challenges that were tabled then in the diagnostic report that led to the development of the National Development Plan, but they have also been emphasized today in the presentations by different stakeholders. The issues of huge constraints related to lack of coordination and integration of systems, weak and limited ineffectiveness of funding and significant capacity deficits, the issues around the increasing burden of disease and social ills, the issues of gender-based violence, etc. Obviously, at the time when the National Development Plan was approved, the level of gender-based violence, for example, was not at the level it is today. Nobody at that time anticipated that in 2020 we will be faced with a disaster brought about by COVID, let alone the fact that the social ills seems to have increased, and in the main they are COVID-19 induced. So certainly there will be a lot that needs to be done beyond what is pronounced in the National Development Plan. There has also been an indication that there is significant levels of social fragmentation, unacceptable levels of social alienation, and breakdown of social institutions. So clearly the the rate at which the social ills are increasing suggests that there is more that needs to be done, particularly by this sector, particularly by the council and its own stakeholders, including institutions of higher learning, which are responsible for the production and preparation of our workforce, to make sure that when they arrive in that space, they are able to make a difference, and they are not frustrated because the level of teaching or the content of teaching is far removed from the realities of the South African context, and in particular the social ills that we have to battle with. And certainly, Chair, part of the role of council is to ensure that there is quality service delivery by those that are registered with the council. But indeed, the NDP indicated to us that there is a challenge of poor social services, which continuously reinforce a sense of powerlessness amongst communities that we serve, especially the poor. Today, we talk about the fact that there is gender-based violence, but the level of conviction is very low. But when you approach the law enforcement agencies, the police will tell you that we arrest, but people will withdraw the charges and so forth and so on. So and in certain instances, communities do not even want to report to law enforcement, and this symbolizes a sense of powerlessness by those who are vulnerable, because we need to create some confidence in the system for people to know that they can utilize us at any given time when it is required of us to do so. But lastly, Chair, is that there is also a view that there is an increasing, the burden of care is increasingly falling on the poorest communities, women and the elderly. And for me, that brings into question the matter that was earlier on debated, whether our social service professionals are in fact up to the task to deliver on the mandate that we have, particularly on the frustrations that communities have. Memutambi referred earlier on of some of the cases she has come across in her area. But I think what is significant, Chairperson, is that the session is making specific recommendations, which also flows within the recommendations that were made by the National Development Plan itself. One of the critical issues is to address the issues of skills deficit that was mentioned today, but also in the NDP. Many have argued that the inability of South Africa's social welfare system to provide the required quality of care is due to the skills deficit and inadequate supply of social service professions. And it therefore recommended that there must be immediate and mid-term plans to increase the supply of the 4 categories of social service professions that are also the responsibility of this council. The President, Dr. Mabitwa, said earlier on that in terms of the numbers indicated in the NDP, we may have exceeded the numbers, but there are many who argues, with due respect, Chairperson, that the number that is in the NDP may not have been scientific to the extent that it is able to give us the most accurate figures of the current supply of social service professions and what we need. You would recall that the National Department of Social Development engaged, for example, in a process of demand and supply, of developing the demand and supply model for social service professions. If you read the outcome of that report, and this exercise was actually done after the NDP was approved, it suggests, for example, that by 2030, you'll still have a shortfall of 7,100 social workers. You'll still have a shortfall or an undersupply of about 1,100 social auxiliary workers, 300 child and youth care workers by 2030, etc., etc. So clearly, there's a need for us to really look into the framework that was created by the National Development Plan and the realities as depicted by the processes that unfolded, which seek to give us a scientific picture of the supply and demand of social service professions in order for us to respond to the growing need as well as COVID-induced socio-economic challenges that we're dealing with on a daily basis. So I'm therefore arguing that indeed the number was projected by the National Development Plan, but the argument that that number would not have been as scientific as we would have wanted it to be. It's a point that needs to be recorded so that we begin to embrace the new information that deals with the supply and demand of social service professions in today's world, because the NDP, I think, is almost 10 years old, if not more. So there's a need to review those issues. But also, Chair, the NDP spoke about training and development, and which is also part of what the council and its stakeholders must obsess themselves with. Issues of generic and specialist education and training, and I think what is also critical that emanated from the debate today is that the council is a statutory body. It is established in terms of an act of parliament. And I think the functions of council were outlined throughout the presentation. But I thought there are two important issues that needs to be elevated from the discussion. Number one, Chairperson, would be that part of what is contained in the Act, and I'm also happy that Parliament is represented in this meeting, particularly through Memo Tambi in this specific instance. But the Act, in fact, does provide that Parliament must appropriate funds to the Council. And it is actually said that this provision in the Act of Parliament has never seen the light of day. And instead, the funding of Council has been a matter of having to request and beg for funding, and then you don't get what you want for the Council to operate properly, etc., etc. And these are some of the things that we need to begin to look into, because a dysfunctional and disempowered council would mean that it will not be able to execute its legislative mandate in terms of ensuring that there is quality service delivery, there is compliance to the law, there is compliance to ethics, the code of conduct, etc., by those that seeks to deliver services on behalf of government and other key stakeholders. So the question that comes into mind, and this is a question that has been asked in many forums, including by National Treasury, why is the South African Council for Social Service Professions different from other councils, like your Nursing Council, your Medical Council, your Allied and Health Professions Council, etc., even to the old baby, the teachers, the educators council, because that is a council that was actually formalized not long ago, and there is a basic response to that question is that, in fact, before I even go to the basic response, that question of why is the council different from other council and therefore requires Parliament to appropriate funding or for social development to allocate funding to the council. It has been made clear that the council membership is comprised of people that are working for government and those that are working for NPOs. And also it has been confirmed that there is a serious challenge of underfunding within the NPO sector to the extent that they are not able to pay salaries adequate enough to allow their own employees to become solid members of council, let alone the fact that they cannot be able to pay the increases that are required for council to be able to run with its operations effectively. So the law in its current form, Memotambi, requires that Parliament should appropriate funds to council, and that law has to be implemented until such time that it is amended and may be captured otherwise. So the majority of members or registrants of council are unable to afford the registration fees, let alone the increases. And therefore, it is an obvious fact that the consequence of that is that you will have a council which is underfunded, which will then undermine the overall mandate and role of council to be able to operate at an equal footing as councils such as in health, in allied, in the medical, in the education sector, in any other. So this would disadvantage the stature of our own sector to the extent that we will not be able to guarantee that if council is involved in our processes, services that are being rendered to our beneficiaries and stakeholders, the 85,000 professionals that were referred to, employers who depend on council to confirm that those that they are employing are professionals in good standing, communities who are direct beneficiaries of services rendered by members that are registered by council, as well as training institutions, will not be able to claim and confirm that the services received from council is of good quality if the council is underfunded and nobody takes it very serious to the extent that it should become normal that the council must operate with the same budget for decades without any form of change. And I think those who drafted the Social Service Professions Act in 1978, they had a vision that those who benefit from the work of council, some of them may not be adequately remunerated or even employed to the extent that they will be able to pay for themselves huge amounts of money that may be paid in other councils. That is why government has to come on board through an act of parliament and support the work of council. The other point, Chairperson, is on the issue of professionalism and the quality of training. I think it's important for the meeting to note that when it comes to social service professionals, we are the only professions where specialization actually means nothing to those who want to specialize. And I'm saying that from the perspective of job placement and conditions of service. Because if you do a comparison with other professions, for example, if I could tell about or maybe make example about the nursing profession. If you are a general nurse, you are not only recognized by being placed in a primary healthcare facility, but you are also recognized in terms of how much you earn. So your conditions of service and your job placement makes it attractive for a nurse to move from a general nurse and to specialize, for example, as a theater nurse or as a psychiatric nurse or as an occupational nurse, etc. Because once you specialize, it changes your conditions of service, it changes your job placement. It actually makes it attractive for professionals to even want to specialize. And so are doctors. You go to a general practitioner, but if you go to a specialist physician or a psychiatrist, obviously the conditions of service are different, the job placement is different, and so forth. And these are some of the issues that makes it very difficult for our sector to grow. That a social worker can have a master's degree in childcare and protection, can even have a PhD, but the conditions of service will put you as an entry level of a social worker, and there's no recognition in terms of the specialization that one can have if you look generally in terms of the employment conditions that we have as a sector. And these are some of the frustrations which have continuously put our sector down and frustrated the role of council to execute its full mandate if we do not correct those issues. And lastly, Chairperson, the biggest concern also raised by different presenters was the fact that stakeholders of council, the state, the NPOs, universities, are in most times, or more often than not, found to be violating the act that gives rise to the existence of this council and its professions. I'm talking about government departments, and as the registrar and the boards were saying, for example, if a government department advertises posts for child and youth care workers, knowing very well that child and youth care work is a regulated profession by the council, and they have specifications which just speaks about matric and nothing else. No reference to registration requirements with the council, no registration to no reference to qualification. It is the same government that is actually violating its own laws when we do that. And I think these are things that we should not be fighting over. These are things that must actually be dealt with to the extent that we can't have departments in government violating an act of parliament and nothing happens to such departments, including NPOs, etc. If we don't provide tools of trade to social service professions, definitely will affect the quality of service they give to the people, etc., etc. So there is a tendency of lawlessness, if I may call it that way, for lack of a better way, because if people don't want to respect an act of parliament, it means they are engaging in unlawful act, Chairperson. So those are some of the issues that, as part of the conversation moving forward, as the registrar had said, that we need to begin to engage with, and maybe in closing, and I'm saying that maybe in closing, Chairperson, that council may have to start enforcing compliance to its own laws and regulations, and when necessary, must develop the necessary teeth to bite and make sure that the work of council is not undermined, the professions registered in the council are not undermined by the state, by NPOs, by training institutions, and any other role player within the sector. Maybe that is the approach that moving forward, council must also begin to interact with. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I have reflected well on the conversations that have been had today, but also linking it that with the NDP, and say that I think this discussion is appropriately placed because it is within the national agenda of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabasia. I think you did reflect very well, and in the points that you have been making in your reflection, I was able to pull out some of the points that can so well fall under the way forward or recommendations for this engagement going forward. We have run out of time already. We are after the time we should have meeting. With due respect, I would like try and hold this a little tighter. We are here to finish within the next few minutes. I believe that as we speak of the way forward and recommendations, one of the recommendations will be to have a follow-up meeting so that we can have engagement that will be engaged. So can I any recommendations or points of way forward? Yeah, Honorable Mutambi, you've got your hand up. You are on mute, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Kabasia has raised some very disturbing matters, and as he was talking, I was able to access my Social Services Profession Act. And then in particular, Section 12, he was referring to where it deals with the sources of funding. And I don't know why has been non-compliance with Section 12, which is very specific that Parliament must appropriate. I take it that by virtue of this legislation, you are presenting your annual reports and the triple BR to Parliament. The colleagues from the department will have to talk to that because you were supposed to be given an allocation because it's legislated. The other thing that I've picked up, which I will raise also with the colleagues in social development. Remember, there was a reconfiguration of government in 2014. By the way, or look of this, because the definition of a minister here, it refers to a minister of social development, also include the minister for planning in terms of the act. It means then, in terms of this act, now we had that dual accountability, but I will say that based on what I'm saying, so these are the matters which the department must follow up. But the issue of funding is very critical. I will also undertake to also check with my colleagues what has been happening because it's legislated. You were supposed to be getting an allocation like what other entities. In my other life, we used to have bodies like this. We used to make sure that as a department, we make sure that whenever there's appropriation, those entities get money. So that's the matter I think that the colleagues from the department must just follow up because I'm asking myself with the decline of membership, how are you going to pay your registrar, your full-time staff and the rest, and also your disbursement? Whereas there's an opportunity to also get an allocation. I think it's a matter that you also as a council together with the department, you must make sure that this must be corrected because it's there, it's in the legislation. That was my input and concern.
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. I see another hand from Mr. Bina. If you are speaking, ma'am, you are still on mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. I think you may want to allow me to also air my views that this morning's session was very enlightening. And in my view, I've had a lot of creative thinking that lends itself to actioning and taking the work of the profession to the people where it is needed most. And there are also conclusions and suggestions that have been made that, in my view, need to be led and championed by the minister as the custodian of the council and the sector as such. I therefore want to make a proposal, Chairperson, that council may want to consider that the outcomes of this dialogue be packaged and a meeting with the minister be arranged so that council articulates and spells out what it is that they need and expect minister to lead and champion, because I think I've no doubt in my mind that what Honorable Mutambi was talking about throughout the different iterations that she has made, as well as all the presenters, there are specific things that, while the different agencies and different departments have a role in an integrated approach, as it were, there are specific things, in my view, that the minister has to lead and champion. And you are not talking about somewhere in a future that is undefined, but you are talking about something that must be done now. Allow me to also say, colleagues would have listened to the budget speech yesterday, and there was very clear, there were very clear statements that spoke to the district development model from a budgeting perspective, and in pursuit of ensuring that the services are taken down to where they are needed most. And we all know what that means. In my view, what it means is very simple. Unless the sector aligns itself, its work, its activities, and its efforts towards impacting and making a difference at a district level, we stand the risk of continuing with what we've always done in the way that we've always done it and not having an impact where it matters most. I can only imagine that the efforts of the different, and I listened very carefully to all the participants that were invited, that are here and that have apologized. And I just feel that there's a need for the social development sector to consider coming up with a very socially inclined model that we would want MINMEC to adopt, one that minister may need to champion in a manner that will enable uniformity of what we are doing, how we are doing it. And the statistics that were presented are also very important in enabling, enabling in many ways, in that the gaps are very clear, the necessities, the professionalizations, the problems, the hotspots, and if they are at district level, what better way can we come up with other than a way that is specific in making sure that work is done at that level? And at parliamentary level, if all the portfolio committees that were invited here are also seized with the responsibility of measuring and playing oversight on the sector across all tiers of government, that on its own will enable and foster the alignment and the integration that we so require for the sector's work to be effective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think you are making very, very helpful recommendations that, especially when you look, people have given apologies. They are very critical people who will be able to drive and to monitor and to support the engagement of today if implemented. Thank you very much. I want to check if there is any comment that anyone would like to make? Once again, in the interest of behind time. Okay, in the absence of that, one of the recommendations or way forward that would come from the chair is that I think that, Madam Registrar, there is a need for a follow-up engagement. There is a number of issues that were raised, and once all of this is documented and clear recommendations are listed, they will need to be deliberated on how we get forward. There is a point that was made by Mutambi of and the work streams for the business case and how it's going to be implemented. I think that is one force that will require us to get together and have discussions on what work streams are we talking about and how do we plan to implement that. With everyone here taking into consideration that we don't have time. We have to act now. So if we are to talk of another engagement, it cannot be implemented. It needs to be as soon as possible. And I'm now going to hand over to the Honorable Council Member, Archbishop Dr. Shole, to introduce. And thank you. Archbishop?
Chairperson, His Excellency Dr. Shole is struggling to log in, so I've just put him on the phone now for him to do his vote of thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Bishop.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, beloved. Chairperson, I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Good afternoon.
Program Director, the ministers present, the deputy ministers, the MECs present, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee present, the Premier's representatives, and all other sectors that are represented, and the HODs, members of the council, and all protocol observed. Beloved, I have been observing, I have just had to summarize, I will bring back to Matthew 25, verse 1 to 4. It reads as, when the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his holy, and all the nations will gather before him, and he will separate them one from one another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats, and he will set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. In short, this is a parables of the talents of the social workers. Beloved, indeed, we have seen this taking place in our country during this pandemic. There have been pockets of loopholes of food parcels. We really appreciate the good work of our government in doing so during the lockdown of COVID. We welcome them with a blessing. Johnson & Johnson's. The pandemic has affected every corner of our lives. As FBO sectors and churches, we do request that more social workers to be employed on a permanent position, if possible, to have trained social auxiliary workers in every street to have trained. Beloved, the gender-based violence taking globally is stirring the society. The social workers are in need now more than we need them before. The amendment of direction on social development facilities and services, they are really ensuring that vulnerable groups remain protected from this epidemic. We ask the church we support the four as we are committed as an extended arm of government, the faith-based organization, the civil society organization, the human rights, the CRL, the COPTA, any other sector of government, they should come on board. We need full support and also to be considered with the number of social workers on all centers of community-based organization, non-community organization. There is a greatest concern also of the substance abuse in our community. It's also a serious problem and exaggerating of gender-based violence. From these facilities, we need more social workers. Recommendation. The same applies to the release of the victims of gender-based violence, and that are our children in child and the youth care facilities. Beloved, we need to come with a solution of private partner business partnership with the government as a social compact with various stakeholders in our society. The role of the social services profession in mitigating current social challenges in society is the strategic deployment of unemployment and a district approach model to address COVID-19 challenges. And you have heard the president of the country have given us a direction. Well, to those in the profession of providing social work service, we send for the vulnerable service you render to us in our children, youth, women particularly, from previously disadvantaged communities, and abused relationship aggravated by poverty and a lack of employment. Beloved, I congratulate the children who passed matric in 2020 during this time of COVID, during the lockdown. Beloved, I am touching this sentiment of congratulations to the President, His Excellency, during his honor, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Yesterday, the Minister of Peter Mboweni, he had a budget speech. We appreciate the little that they can offer to the social grant by increasing with 30 rand to all the disabled and the older persons. Beloved, may I sincerely pass my condolences as a nation, as a church, as a council member to Chief Diko for condolences and all other people who have left us during the COVID casualties. In my conclusion, there are scenarios and pilot projects that are needed. Collaboration partnership with civil society and faith-based organizations, business, universities. As the chairperson COPTA had already offered a portfolio to work partnership with the council, we then have to consider working with the SALCA and the district municipality and the local municipality to challenge the area of depression, stress, anxiety, societal death. I've seen the television yesterday. There is a gentleman who has killed 6 members of the family. That's the depression. Social workers are needed. Resources can be raised through public and private, through partnership. from business, provincial government, particularly the premier's offices. They do have a moral regeneration unit in the premier's office. In the arts, in the Department of Arts and Sport, they've got a so-called social cohesion. They already a budget already. If we partner with them, we'll make use of the resources that is available. The president made an announcement at the University of Johannesburg, 2000, about the National Development Plan 2030 strategic plan. We should also look at it as we work on the social project, on social contracts with various stakeholders in our society. Today is a milestone that we are taking today to invite all civil society politicians to come on board. It is unfortunate the Minister of Social Development is not here. But I think she might have been attending some other commitments, as the President is having a quota with other ministers today. But we must also look at having another meeting where we will include all the executive mayors and the MECs of COPTA in other provinces. Beloved, may you please receive the prayer as a closing remark. I cannot close without prayer, being a clergy. Beloved, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and I will heal their land. 2 Chronicles 7:14. I thank you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Over to you, Chair.
Amen. Thank you very much.
I think, Chair, at this stage, we should take the opportunity to
Thank you
really
very much. Honorable Bishop.
Yes, is logged off now. I was just saying to really thank all the delegates for the time. Can you hear me, Budon?
Yeah, I can hear you. I might be having some mic test on my side. Carry on.
Yeah, no, I was saying on behalf of the council member, Archbishop Dr. Shole, to just say thank you to all the participants, and indeed we will carry forward the recommendations that have been done from the Secretariat on behalf of council. We will consolidate and also have a report of the outcomes of this meeting and make sure that the necessary follow-up happen, and then indeed the next dialogue would happen with more robust engagements around the issues that have been outlined in Mayor Mutambi's remarks and Ntate Kabasia's reflections, Ntate Neshipale, and everybody who has made contribution, Ausebina as well, from the Office of the Minister. So we really appreciate, and I think from the Office of the Registrar, I want to thank everybody for making this commitment by being part of this meeting, but also adding your reflections and appreciating our endeavor on behalf of our social service professionals to start this kind of dialogue going. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I missed what you said because I seem to be having some connectivity challenges this side. Hopefully you can hear me. All of you have already been thanked, and I don't think we can thank you enough for dedicating your 3.5 hours to this meeting. And I'm sorry that we went over time. I allowed it because I felt it was necessary for us to continue with the deliberations, and because it opens a process of further debate and appropriately to our ground. And I would like to take the opportunity to close this meeting and wish every one of you well. And we hope that you will be available to join us in the next engagements that we are going to be planning. So once again, thank you so much. And goodbye.
Thank you. We'd like to thank you for chairing this meeting, high-level meeting, so well. And yeah, thank you very much. And we hope that the resolutions from this meeting will be made available to all of us so that we can all, be motivated to take the matters forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President.
You can see the chairperson. Sure.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Chairperson, release that so that people can leave your meeting.
Yes, I can see people are starting to leave, so please do feel free to leave.
Thank you so much, Budon, for sharing. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
No, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
you.